Next steamer mail to the mainland, the President Coolidge, tomorrow. River mail to the mainland.
America's standout find, the new 1941 Studebaker.
The rendezvous at Waikiki is to be repeated from California Avenue if you come by Seashire Bus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, we bring you the roadside rendezvous from 2020 down Pino Road, near Boston, Waikiki.
You're in the territory with Harry B. Soria, Jr.
Hawaiian 105, KINE, the Hawaiian music station. Now with less talk and the best mix of yesterday and today. Harry B. the Albino Blala with you for another edition of Territorial Airways, brought to you by the good folks at Chord International, producers of Honolulu Records, featuring the finest in vintage and contemporary Hawaiian music. Now, all the Chord discs are available on all of the Hawaiian Islands and island-wide at almost every store. And you listeners streaming on Hawaiian105.com on the mainland and elsewhere, well, check out your chain stores like Virgin, Tower, and Borders. They've got Chord International compact discs as well. They've got everything. I tell you, if you like the traditional old-time music like Kalima Brothers, Richard Kauhi, Lena Machado, Alfred Apaka, John Kamealoha Almeida, and more, or if you like the new music from the 1970s like Country Comfort, Cecilia and Kapono, John and Randy, and I think there's a disc called Pauhana Party that even has a couple by Hui Ohana. And check out, there's new projects released all the time from Honolulu Records, Chord International. All the time, there's music that you'll enjoy. It's Chord International, the first name in vintage and contemporary Hawaiian music. Well, today we have live in the studio with us one of the original members of Hui Ohana, the leader of Ikona, and the man who is known as the legendary, extraordinaire Slacky guitarist. He's with us, started out in Kalapana, and he's with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the man, Ledward Kaapana. Hello there, Led.
Hey, how's it, Harry? How you doing?
Well, I'm real happy to finally have someone my age in the studio. All these years I've been having real old-timers, you know. But you and I were born in the same month, in the same year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, August, and I won't tell the year.
I'll be done.
So we're both Leos.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot about Led Kaapana and his great music from the big island of Hawaii. Born in Kalapana, and
English. Oh, bener. Kawan? Hey, bener boleh. Cut. This guy's show off, eh? Oh, you know. You are not lying. Excited.
Make that bass move.
Yeah, man. Show off. Hey, my glasses being clogged up. Yeah, no, man. What up, Queen's Bet? Oh, yeah. You guys get dancing years later.
on, baby.
Shabba. Not bad. Pretty good for amateur.
Let's have it.
Territorial Airwaves is coming your way. On Sundays at 5, hip hooray. Golden oldies is what Harry plays, telling tales of the grand olden days.
Yeah, we're going to be telling tales. We're going to find out so much about Ledward Kaapana in the next 60 minutes. Don't go anywhere, Hawaiian 105.
Not pow, but hana ho. Please do it again. Let's keep right on dancing. Come on and do it again. Hawaiian 105. K-I-N-E with Uncle Harry B. In the Territory.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the whitest legs in all the territory, Harry B. Soria.
Hawaiian 105 KINE, the Hawaiian music station, playing the best mix of yesterday and today. Our special guest on Territorial Airwaves for the entire hour, Ledward Kaapana. So, Led, how did you get that name?
Well, this is how the story goes.
if I still can remember. But as far as it goes, my mom and my dad used to live in Honolulu before, and they were good friends with the Ledward family.
Oh,
there's a Ledward family down here in Honolulu that were,
that was their last name, Ledward.
Their last name, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And when she got twins, me and Ned, when we came along, she thought of Ledward, and then this how she got Nedward.
Did she know she was going to have another one too? Or he was a hello there. Surprise.
No.
Well, now we know who came first.
Yeah, 5 minutes he came after.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, very good. So there's Ledward and Nedward now, and turns out Ledward was named after the Ledward family, and Nedward rhymed because he was a fraternal twin, born on the same day in August 25th. Yeah,
Right.
Very good. And so you had a pretty big family. Yeah. How many? About 9 of you?
No, we had 10 of us.
10?
Yeah, actually we had 11, but we lost one, and all of us play music. I had 5 brothers, 5 sisters.
Yeah, I met a lot of your sisters. Very musical. Now, your mama, Tina, I have an old record that she did that we re-released on that on a couple albums. The Legends of Falsetto. She's over there on that one.
Punalu, I think it was.
Yeah,
the song
yeah.
she sang, yeah.
Punalu. And your dad is playing the slack key guitar on that one, yeah?
Yeah, my dad used to play a slacky guitar. He played steel guitar. He played piano. Played saxophone.
Wow.
Played auto harp, ukulele.
Awesome. And your mom had that beautiful voice, so I could see how you were influenced by your dad's playing, but your mom's singing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Now, I figure you started playing in a band somewhere around high school time, or were you actually singing at family parties even before that?
Well, actually, my brother and I, we were playing, when we were about, I think in 6th grade, we were playing in school already.
No kidding.
Well, the kids were playing kickball, we were playing ukulele and guitar. I was playing guitar and he was playing ukulele.
You guys were jamming?
We were jamming on the steps of the school, sitting on the step and playing music while the school teachers just listening to us, and same time watching the other kids play kickball.
Now, had you moved to Kaapana yet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that
okay.
was when we moved to Kaapana.
Okay, gotcha. And then somewhere along the line, you became a professional. Do you remember the first group you played in?
The first group I played in was, we were called the Harmony Hawaiians, and was myself, my brother Nedward, and David Chan. And we had a bass player. I forgot Paul something, but we were performing in Hilo at a club called Islanders.
No kidding! Wow.
Yeah, we were 16 years old at that time.
I was going to ask you. Must have been pretty young.
Yeah,
man.
we were 16 years old, and my dad and my mom had to come because we were underage, and there was
serving liquor,
and we had to go under the child labor board, and so they were always present. Yeah.
Wow. So where did Dennis Povao come into the mix?
Dennis came in like...
He's your cousin, we should add that, yeah?
Yeah. His grandfather and my grandfather, they're 2 brothers.
Okay.
Yeah, so he came in, I would say about the 68, 69 around there.
Okay, so you guys were still playing in that group, that first group?
No. Actually, we were, after the first group, then, Dennis had an older brother. His older brother, his name was Leonard Povao. And he was the same age as us, and we were all playing together, and Dennis used to come and watch us play in Kona.
Okay.
We were actually playing professional already in Kona, like Ned, myself, and Dennis' oldest brother, Leonard Povao. And
I see.
We were performing in Kona at the Kona Trade Winds. We played the Kona Trade Winds, and then we played at the Kona Magic Sands, and that's where I first seen Linda Dela Cruz. When they first came to Kona, then they were wondering who were performing at the Kona Magic Sands, and then those guys said, just 3 young boys from Kaapana, and then they found out. They seen us performing. We had landed at that time. And Dennis used to play rock and roll. He used to be a drummer.
He was a drummer?
He was a drummer, and he used to play rock and roll in school. And I used to come to the parties that we used to perform with my dad and my mom, my uncles and aunties. And then from there it all started. He started singing Hawaiian.
I mean, he wasn't singing before that. That beautiful voice, he wasn't even trying.
He was singing, but he was singing mostly all the English songs, like all the oldies and goodies that And
wow, like standards.
Yeah, all the standard.
But is he singing in falsetto style or regular?
Some of the songs he was singing falsetto.
No
and then when he came to
kidding.
the Hawaiian, then he really started singing falsetto.
And then eventually you guys switched the Paval brothers and you took the younger one.
That part I forgot how we got there.
But someday he was there. All of a sudden.
Yeah. And you know, the brother that was playing with us ended up playing with my oldest brother. My second oldest brother. Willie. Yeah.
And your uncle must have been a big influence as well, because Uncle Fred was the master slacky guitar.
Yeah, he was one of the inspiration. But actually, I had many uncles that played slacky.
Well, I got a cut here I want to share with the audience. Punahoa Special. You do it. This is probably the first of many recordings you've done of this through the years.
Yeah, I like that Punahoa Special.
Hawaiian 105 KINE.
Aloha! Enti Ukulani here. Oh, every time Enti wants to relax, Enti turn on to the Territory with Harry B. Soria Jr. Mahalo.
Mahalo for that. Hawaiian 105 KINE. And I'm learning more while the microphones are off and the show is rolling with the music. I tell you, this is a lot of fun. You know, because we're the same age, I'm relating to what I went through, and I'm picturing you, and I always wanted to ask you about this. So when I was, like 17, 18, we played in blues rock bands like that. We were playing, surf music and rock and roll, and, we went Battle of the Bands and all that kind of stuff. Did you guys have that on the Big Island?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we even entered the Battle of the Band. It was Ned, myself, and my cousin. She was a female. At that time, her name was Nessie McBride.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And so you guys played what kind? Rock and roll, surf? What
yeah. When I was growing up, I used to listen to the Ventures. That's why I used to listen to Pipeline. I used to listen to Walk Down Run, Apache and all this music.
Because a lot of the stuff you've done through the years, with all of the recordings, a lot of the Huiohana, Ikona as well, when you do all those sound effects, especially with your electric guitar, when you're playing the electric guitar, you're doing sounds that are like rhythm, but you're doing it with, they're different. And I'm always thinking of, I wonder if he ever played surf music.
Yeah, I used to mix them all up. When I was playing, the slacky, and I used to mix ventures, you know, the leaks of the ventures with the slucky. And I used to get scoldings from my dad. He says, boy, what you doing? I said, nothing.
Well, you know, recently I had the pleasure of hosting one of the Ohana evenings at Windward Mall, and you were the featured artist. You brought some of the boys with you, and you know, a lot of the stuff you do is showstoppers, but when you busted into your version of Pipeline,
yeah,
the crowd went nuts. That's a real crowd pleaser, yeah?
Oh yeah, I love this song, Pipeline. You know, when I had the opportunity to open up the what's his name now? Man.
Radio
Gunsmoke,
TV.
Gunsmoke.
Oh, Paladin. Oh, no.
Not Paladin.
Oh, what's the guy's name? Gunsmoke.
Yeah.
Who?
Not Matt Dillon.
Not. Oh. I was thinking Richard Boone.
Bob Dylan.
Oh, Bob Dylan. Okay.
Oh, I can't tell you the same age as me, huh?
Hawaii 105, KINE. Let's get into.
Let's go to the music.
Pipeline. Yeah. Ledward Kaapana.
Aloha, this is Ned Nikiboy Kaapana, and you are in the Territory with Harry B. Soria Jr. on Territorial Airwaves on Hawaiian 105 KINE.
Hey, I know that guy. That's the brother. He was up here, I think, in 2000, if I remember right. Yeah, we had him up here, and we were talking story about a lot of things, reminiscing about the days of Huyohana. We're jumping all over today, and our special guest on Hawaiian 105 KINE, playing the best mix of yesterday for an entire hour. It's Territorial Airways, as it is each and every Sunday from 5 to 6.
you go, sir.
Where's your guitar?
Nah, not today. Back there.
Oh, you
I'll follow. I'll come.
Okay. Very good. Where's Kavik? Where's Kavik? Huh? You up first?
Ready.
First. Let's get Kavik up there. What is the first?
Actually, what we needed for you to do just some basic. We're running behind schedule, and the show actually starts in 1 minute. Yeah, well, but we are streaming live to Lalo, so we have to stay on start. So.
Aloha. Milton Lau. How's it, brother? Oh, we're going to be seeing a lot of great familiar faces, boy. Well, Kawaiahaʻo Church, mahalo nui loa. We welcome you to the Westminster Abbey of the Pacific. This has great history. Mike Mays, is that you? Oh, my goodness. Thank yous to Kahuken Makuakane for allowing this great gathering. A note to Olelo Community Media, Cornerstone Media, and after a while, we're really going to thank Menehune Water. Yeah. Territorial Airwaves Foundation. We are gathered here today. A special tribute to a dear friend. A little less than an hour ago, we had his celebration of life. Harry B. Soria. I don't even know, Kilohana, what does the B stand for? I always knew Harry Browning. Harry Browning? Wow, now I know Harry Browning. Soria. So we are here to celebrate his life. I'm Brickwood Galutaria, and I served as Harry's friend for many years, and also one of his students, if you will. And much of my radio experience was informed by Harry and Harry's radio experience. So that combined with a dear friend who's going to join me in a little while, Kimo Kahoano, who's another part of our foursome. As a matter of fact, I saw a picture right over there from a magazine, and it is what we were adoringly called the Four Horsemen of Radio. It was Harry, Kimo, Kielmiki, and myself. Wow, that brings back great memories. The music that's been designed for your listening pleasure here today was special handpicked friends of Harry. And so we're going to get into it. The lineup, such great friends as Steve English, right over there, Bobby Madero, Danny and Nani Carvalho, Dwight Kanai, Kamuela Kahoano is going to be here, Alan Akaka. Alan's going to come back to his home church over here. The Akaka family, big part of Kawaiahaʻo's musical and spiritual legacy. Speaking of spiritual legacy, we're going to go straight to the stage. Well, the pulpit. Whatever you want to call it. The stage. And we're going to introduce you to our first performer, who happens to be a kahu as well. So he has spiritual grounding, but musically, second to none. Talking top shelf here. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a nice hand. Welcome to Harry's concert. This is Kahiapo.
Boy Kokueio matua te kore Kokueio te waiora Kokueio te pugenga te kaihanga o ngā mea katoa Kokoe te toka te maunga teite Kokoe iu You are supreme everlasting Father King of kings living water Emmanuel the source of life the one who has made all things my only master and high mountain O Prince of Peace O Oio Emakualani O Oio Kavaiola O Oio Ekumuola Kameahanaina mea apau Ekuhaku Kamauna kie kie O Oiu Ua mau mai e ke pono Mai ka magualani ngai Ke hui ne mako I kona loko mai kai Hosana ia ke akua Manalani ki e Kawai hoana mai I Coca-Cola Ke hui ne mako Makua me ke iki Loka hipu kamanao I hooka hipu ai Hosana ia ke akua Manalani ki e Kawai hoana mai I Coca-Cola I Coca-Cola I Hosanna. Ogoyo. Go miss my brother, but he was always a fun guy to be around. This song talks about what holds us all together. The name Yahweh, not to be spoken, but to be breathed. Literally, Yah, inward breath. Way, outward breath. It's the root of where we get the word aloha. Divine exchange of life, of breath. Aloha is the glue. Only perfect love casts out all fear. Aloha is the promise. The sun will shine again, bringing fresh hopes and dreams with each new day that begins. Aloha is the sunlight shining through the darkness, giving strength to all we do. Aloha is His grace, walking in the sunlight, feeling the beauty of life, feeling the beauty of life. Aloha is His helping hand, His warm and comforting voice. It is His peace, be with you in love forever and always. Aloha is the mind, the heart in perfect harmony. It's tenderness and love deep in the heart of our Eve. Aloha is our Eve, our is aloha, our is aloha. Love you, Brother Harry. Hui ho. God bless. Aloha. God bless you all. Thank you. Aloha.
From Menehune Water. Get Menehune Water's 3-gallon, 5-gallon, and case water delivered to you for as low as $6.25 a month with no long-term contracts. With 4 production facilities on 3 islands, you can trust Menehune Water will be there to keep you hydrated through any disaster. Servicing Hawaii for over 37 years, locally owned Menehune Water is the water you can trust. It's pure, it's easy, it's Menehune.
You've made iHeartRadio the fastest growing music app in the U.S. Why?
Test one. Okay, very good. All right. Brother, you need some help. You need help. You're going to go over there. Okay. Hey, this is a church. If he needs help, you got to help him. Aloha, everybody. Aloha. I want to once again thank Kawika Kahiapo for his beautiful music. Actually, no better place to hear great Hawaiian music than Kawaiahaʻo Church, right? The history and the majesty of this wonderful sanctuary is, I think, worthy of a Harry B. concert, right? Another gentleman who's going to be coming up momentarily is Stephen Inglis. We got the Pandanus Club are going to be performing. One of the guys at the Pandanus Club, because he's going to look so familiar, he happens to be the pastor of Kawaiahaʻo Church, Ken Makoakane. So he comes with the joint. Bobby Madero of the group Mauna Lua is going to be here with us, a fabulous falsetto singer. Dwight Kanai, Danny and Nani Carvalho. I got a lot of information over here for you. For those of you folks who know Harry, or you don't even have to know Harry, there is what is called the Harry B. memory booth going on outside at the entrance of the church. And what is being asked, because Harry was basically an archivist, we're going to put together our archives of memories about Harry. And regardless of whether you know him or not, or maybe his impact on your lives, why don't you go ahead and record a memory at the memory booth, Harry B's memory booth. Okay? And then, what's this over here? Adam? By the way, this is Adam Jensen. He is the state archivist. Okay? Here.
Absolutely. Harry B. donated his archives to us. And what we've been doing over the last 6 months is getting them ready for public access. Taking what we had, archivally arranging it, describing it, putting it in archival housing. We wanted to share some of that effort with you. And so we brought one box from 1991 of his radio scripts, so you can see the amount of effort and love and passion he poured every single week for over 40 years. And then we also bought a box of his 78s that he loves so much, so you can take a look at how we're rehousing them and arranging them and see a little bit of what's to come.
Unbelievable. That's fantastic. Thank you, Adam. As one of Harry's radio colleagues, Harry was all about show prep. He would never enter into an environment, a broadcast environment, without being well prepared. We, on the other hand, riffed it, kind of like I'm doing right now. If Harry was doing his own concert, he'd have a lot of stuff to read. So I'll read. I think we may be ready. Bobby, you're going to join Steve up there. Okay. He goes, okay. I believe what we're going to do is, like any other concert situation, you got to break down, you got to set up. So we're going to take the opportunity to do that. Meanwhile, I'd like to ask you to do what we ask people at all concerts do. Turn to somebody you don't know and say aloha to them. Right now, turn to somebody you don't know. In the back, in the front, go ahead. Steve, let me know when you're ready. Okay. Okay, are you folks well? It gets close already? Okay. Turn to the same person, ask for $20. Go ahead. Let's see how close we really got.
Good old songs keep coming back, like surf at the shores of Waikiki. Ride the waves with Harry B.
So blasphemous in the house of the Lord. Forget it. No, we're going to have some fun. Okay.
Kicking it all off.
You guys let me know when you're ready to roll.
Hawaiian male falsetto extraordinaire, George Kaʻina
There's Harry.
With Nakapueo on Territorial Airwaves.
It's cyclical. It's coming back again in a different form, in a different face, but it's all coming back again.
Aloha! Eti ukulani here. Oh, every time Eti wants to relax, Eti turn on to the Territory.
Hello to everybody. I'm Harry B. Soria Jr., founder and host of Territorial Airwaves, now in our 28th year. We're going to bring you a show we call Falsetto Festival, Hawaii's legendary male falsetto singers.
The young territory of Hawaii was invited to bring a territorial pavilion to the big World's Fair in San Francisco, and they introduced to the mainland U.S. the ukulele, the hula, and the steel guitar. Coming up next, we've got He Ui with Danny Kuana. At one point in the 1930s, after Sweet Leilani, the song by Harry Owens won the Academy Award for Song of the Year, any artist that released a record set, and the original album was a 78 RPM cardboard jacket with 4 sleeves of 2-sided records each, or 8 songs. That was an album because it looked like a picture album. And that's where we get the word album. One of those 8 sides had to be tropical, Hawaiian, South Pacific, some kind of reference to what this huge explosion of the late 1930s in Hawaiian music and awareness was about. Here's his rendition of Nani Molokai. Until then, I leave you with the man that started us out today, George Kainapau, and another classic recording, To Make You Love Me, Ku'uipo. Until next time, aloha from Territorial Airwaves.
Wow. That's a wow moment, everybody. That's a wow moment. Although I hasten to say, Harry has left the building, because that's what we'd say after every show. He's actually still with us right here. He hasn't gone anywhere. One of the great genres of Hawaiian music is slack key, kiho'alu. Steve Inglis is one of the great proponents of slack. And so he's here to share for Harry. And so I'd like to turn it over to you, my friend. A nice hand, please, for Stephen Inglis.
A he o hanali ke kako Na kamaku a ho ka hino Goodbye, oi Goodbye, kako A e uli ho ini Me ke aloha Ke ho'ona ni a ke akua Kamakua manalo ai Manala ni ki e a e Malui naka naka Maka honu Make I ka pono A he o hanali ke kako Kamaku a ho ka hino Goodbye, oi Goodbye, kako A e huli ho ini Me ke aloha A e huli ho ini Me ke aloha Thank you so much. Mahalo nui. For Uncle Harry. All right. I highly recommend you all going and visiting the memory booth. And I got plenty of good ones flooding through today. No time to share them all up here. We're going to do this. When I first wrote this song and started playing it at the festivals, this is another one he liked, a song of mine. So we'll do this one for Uncle Harry. The song says, turn on your light. And do it in tune and let it shine. E ho'oma lama lama. E nā kini lehu lehu O ke iau e holoni Mkupiliki No o I ka honua Kamaku ahine nana E hanai a kako E huli a mahi E ho'o malama lama E pule kako Ike kama e hue o lai Mai ululohi mai ka hala o pulena E ho'o malama E pule kaku Lilo aku la kanui A ke koe kaunahi Aue Ka poe alunu He ne o ane alika Anana o le kanaka Aue Ka poe na aupo E ho'o malama lama E pule kako Ike kama e hue o lai Mai ululohi mai ka hala o pulena E ho'o malama lama E pule kako Let it shine
e holo holo pukawa I ke iahi kanani he nani ke ao a mahalo ke akua no nei ai na pomae ka e huli a mahi e ho o malama e pule kako I ke kama e hue o lai mai ululohi mai ka halao puulena e ho o malama e pule kako e ho o malama e pule kako Mahalo nui. We love you, Uncle Harry. Thank you for helping us celebrate this day. Appreciate it.
I guess what I'd like to do now is we're going to get Bobby up there and get him ready. See, we're streaming this live on Olelo. Well, not this part, but every performance. So I'm given the responsibility of kind of like stretching for a little while. So I'm going to stretch all the way to the back of the room. Where's brother? Lei. He's outside. Oh, he's doing one of those stand-ups. Okay. You know he's going to take up the entire time, right? Okay. So Kimo's here. And it's going to be the first time you'll see us together for years. It's been a long while since we've worked together. But we did, well, Harry was doing his 40 years or something like that. So, okay, brother's ready. Harry was a jokester, okay? I got a whole bunch of his jokes right here. So I'm going to give you a joke, and then I'm going to turn it over to Bobby Madero. Okay, two guys are talking. This is Harry. Harry always walks in with jokes. Two guys are talking. John says, I got this great new hearing aid the other day. How come you're yelling, bro? I got this great new hearing aid the other day. Fred says, are you wearing it now? John says, yep, cost me $4,000 and it's top of the line. Fred says, wow, what kind is it? John says, 1230. That's a Harry B. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Hawaii's great falsetto voices, a good friend of Brother Harry's. A nice hand for Bobby Madero.
Thank you, Rick. Love you, brother. It's a blessing being here. Welcome to each and every one of you, celebrating this beautiful man that gave so very much. Now, they gave me 6 minutes for a memory. And for a Portuguese to only give him 6 minutes, okay? It's not easy, so let me get going. Harry was a stickler in wanting to keep the show in time, okay? He was like, he had a whip, he had a guava stick, and he wasn't afraid to use it. So he really, he was the only person that could keep me in line on stage. I was scared to even talk between songs because he'd be looking at me. He'd look at his watch and he'd look at me and I'm like, okay, never mind, just go on to the next song. I just couldn't. I get so frazzled. There was only one man that could keep me from talking too much. I love you, Harry. The man loved his hapahaole. So I want to start with this. My yellow ginger lady reveals her scent through the day. Enchanting moments with you makes me love you. My yellow ginger lady reveals her scent through the day. Enchanting moments with you makes me love you. You're as lovely as can be, my yellow ginger lady. My heart is yearning for you, my Avapuhi. You're as lovely as can be, my yellow ginger lady. My heart is yearning for you, my Avapuhi. My yellow ginger lady makes me love you. My yellow ginger lady makes me love you. Aloha. Thank you so very much. Being this close to the palace, it would that way, I believe. I have to do this song for our queen, being in Kawaiahaʻo as well. The song Sanoi, I've been very blessed to have been aligned with this beautiful song for many, many years. And it's a beautiful song that I've loved for more than just a song. The queen, such a beautiful spirit in my life. And so I do this song for each and every one of you, but I couple it with another song, a little medley. Written by Bob Nelson, just a beautiful song. Goes like this. I hear the Maui wall brings back memories. I hear that Maui walls, and you are haunting me. The night you told me that you loved me so. No one told me that when the dance was through, I'd be losing you. I hear the Maui walls. My arms are empty now. I hear that Maui walk, it doesn't hurt somehow. 'Cause you're here with me when the music starts to play. Play on, Maui walk. Oh, hey, oh, esa noe, oh, puli, kalekua, O Kaapana maino holuva una waiala hone Maui walk. Thank you. Aloha. God bless you, brother. I love you. Aloha, guys.
Bobby Madero, everybody. Bobby Madero. Beautifully done, brother. Mahalo plenty. Yeah, the stars are out today. Isn't that something? You know, speaking of stars, Harry was definitely a star in our pantheon of greats with Island Radio. And I'd like to ask another star of Island Radio to come and join me. We did morning radio for maybe 8 years together on KCCN 1420 AM and FM 100. I think it was FM 100. Yeah, that's right. A nice hand for Mr. Kimo Kaho'ano. Kimo.
Thank you. Mahalo, Senator Brickwood Galataria. Well, I say that only because you did experience it. So you chose to you find out more about what Hawaii really is, and it worked out really well for you. And you're still doing that stuff. So hint, hint, hint. Aloha, everybody. I'm Kimo Kahuano, and Harry B. and I go back to when he was doing Territorial Airwaves and Brick Nose, and we were all there. And then Harry, one day, was just, cruising and working, and he had to have an engineer. So I said, Harry, we'd like to kind of change things now. So would you just learn your own stuff, engineer your own show? Harry had no idea that this was going to give him that wonderful seal that belonged to only his signature, Mr. Harry B. Soria Jr., Territorial Airwaves. That was it. And for Harry to take that on, to accomplish it as an engineer and a personality, and then to move forward on his own, brother.
I know.
That was great.
That's really something. Harry was a part of many, many different things in the industry. One of them was being the host of the Slacky Festival, too. And so I was asked to ask the founder of the Slacky Festival, Mr. Milton Lau, to come up and say a few words on Harry's behalf. A nice hand, please, for Mr. Milton Lau.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Harry and I, we had a relationship that actually predates his radio career. So that's a very long time. He was a lifeguard at Sandy Beach. And I was doing all the rock concerts at Sandy Beach. And from that point on, he was also in the blues band. And so I used to go see him at UH and when they were performing. And I went in my direction later. He got into radio around the late 70s, and I kept on doing music and concerts. But it's been a long career. Actually, he's been our MC for the Hawaiian Slacker Guitar Festivals for over 20-something years, and we all miss him dearly. He's always been, kind of like a guidepost for many of the guys that were performing with all of his experience on stage. So he's kind of like the father to many of the guys that were performing. But the most thing I remember about him is that he kind of like, my kids all grew up with him. And I had 5 kids. And then after that, he became like, kind of like the uncle to all my grandkids. And I had 15 grandkids. So basically, he kind of like been part of our family for a very long time. And he always had a word of encouragement for all my kids and my grandkids now, and my youngest daughter, who's into filmmaking. And he's always talking about her, maybe I should do a documentary on him. And she was thinking about that, but, that didn't happen. But I got to say that we miss him terribly. And he has a very special heart in my entire family. He would come over for our parties and Christmas celebrations, etc. So it's been a long journey for us, and I thank him so much for being my friend and doing all the things we were doing. And I always recall like being on the road with him, like we were in Virginia and Maryland and New York and New Jersey doing concerts. And whenever we would go eat something, he would always order the, salad. He would always eat all the vegetables, and I would get the, double cheeseburger with the fries and all that. And he used to always cringe every time I would do that. But besides that, we have those differences in what we eat. We never talk politics. We never talk religion, but we really came together when it came to music. And that's what our bond was. So, Harry, thank you so much. From Sandy Beach to Slacky, mahalo.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all you do, Milton. Commercial.
This is Kawaiahaʻo Church, where the past intertwines with the present. The first Christian church built on Oahu and a well-respected mother church of the state of Hawaii. Royalty like Princess Pauahi Bishop and Queen Liliuokalani worshipped in this very sanctuary, and members of its congregation have played major roles in the history of Hawaii, having established its unique and influential presence with the outside world. Just over 200 years ago, Kawaiahaʻo Church was founded in the hopes of building a Christian nation. Built from coral rocks mined along the shores of Oahu, these walls tell a story of two cultures coming together, the Hawaiians and the Christian missionaries from New England. This cultural union has its roots originating from a prophecy told by a Hawaiian priest who had once predicted the coming of the one great God. As the 200th year bicentennial approaches in 2020, we're reminded of how the nation of Hawaii had once had the highest literacy rate in the world through efforts of the spiritual relationship, which led to the translation of the Holy Bible and the full translated Kabaibala Hemolele, just released in 2018. Education was important to our founding members of Kawaiahaʻo Church.
Through a collaborative effort between the ali'is and missionaries, a merging of two cultures occurred with the written language and music. The Hawaiian chiefs became proponents for education, and edicts were enacted by the king, as well as the Council of Chiefs, to stimulate the people to reading and writing. This legendary rise in literacy climbed from a near zero literacy rate in 1820 to 95% in 12 years. The first hymnal, Na Himeni Hawaii, contained 47 hymns and has become a foundation for church worship for nearly 200 years.
Another aspect that was a large part of the church's history was how the ali'i, or Hawaiian royalty, along with early missionaries, had been instrumental in creating the Na Himeni Hawaii, Hawaiian Christian hymns, which spawned generations of Hawaiian music we hear today. We have a unique opportunity to tell the true history of Hawaii. Come join us in the historical and spiritual celebration of our land, our people, our history.
Mahalo nui loa. That's the story of Kawaiahaʻo Church. Right here.
Well, what a famous, wonderful church, yeah, for many, many years. And in being in radio, we had to go with many of the kahu who were part of this church to different events.
Actually, Kawaiahaʻo Church was on KCCN 1420 AM every Sunday.
Yeah.
From 10:30 to 12 when Kahuakaka was here. Right?
That's right.
If you do have a chance, and this is the first time you may be here in the sanctuary, take the time to walk around and take a look at all of the different plaques of the various monarchs. Back there is the royal pews. That's when the royalty would come in, and they'd sit back there. They wouldn't sit up front here. They would sit back there. They'd enter.
When we were a kingdom.
That's when we were a kingdom, yeah.
Yep.
You know, we got different personalities going on over here, right? I mean, we got radio personalities, music personalities. There's one guy that I'd like to bring up, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And kind of pass it over. We share.
Please.
We'll share the microphone. When we were doing the morning radio show, Harry did middays, 1 o'clock, Wednesdays. But this gentleman used to do the afternoon shows as well. On, was it 1420? Were you with 1420 FM 100 as well? And now he's doing television work for Hawaii News Now. And so
he's the anchor. He's the guy.
Yeah. So I wanted to come and share this moment with us. A nice hand for Billy V. Billy Van Osdol. Okay, Billy?
Hearing these guys' voices is just iconic for me. And so is listening to Harry's voice. We got to talk a lot because I would have to, in later years, well, we share the same kumu, sky, so, you know, that makes us radio brothers, and all of us. But we used to sit inside of the studios, production studios, and we talked for a long time, for hours. He was doing Territorial Airways stuff. I was coming in to do an air shift. We talked technology. We talked music industry. We talked about favorite songs. He would give illustrious histories, and I just sit there mesmerized by him, and he could talk for a long time, and he did, and we'd look up and suddenly 3 hours had gone by and we hadn't gotten any of our work done. But that was the joys of being able to share and receive aloha and mele and ike, which this man has so much of. And now that all of his items are going to the archives that he has collected and put together over the years, that's for so many more to learn about, and to learn about him, and to learn about all of us.
Over 10,000 recordings are now at the archives, state archives. Over 10,000.
So started with a little home, and then he kept expanding and building so that he could have the collection. And so we got to say aloha to his lovely wife, because, you know, when records are so important, and it's vinyl, and now we're going back to vinyl, it just goes to show what a precious gift he felt it was, yeah, for all of us. Just like this next generation guy being with us and being a part of TV and getting to do all the wonderful things we did.
Yeah, there's a young whippersnapper here. Oh,
and
man.
that they're still doing. And to have these gentlemen here continue their work, whether it be on stage, whether it be on television, both of them have been a part of that. They have opened the doors, and so has this for so many, and continue to do so.
Yeah.
So wait, let me use the NFL voice. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a nice round of applause for Harry B. Soria Jr.
There you go. Thank you,
and
Billy.
Territorial Airwaves.
And don't go too far, okay? Now,
It is what it is.
it is what it is. We have on the schedule the Pandanus Club, but we have the panned part of the Pandanus Club up here. This guy, I gotta tell you, we started our musical careers together in a group called Naleo o Kamehameha. There were 5 of us, 2 guys left, right? So we played to their honor. Miles Kahaloa, Wes Kiroka, and Chris Kili'ia'a, who is one of the originators of the Pandanus Club with Brother Ken, too. I'm proud to put this guy on. If you don't mind doing a song, I mean, the guys are going to come. They come. We are very, very proud to have Kenneth Makuakane as our kahu at Kawaiahaʻo Church. So you're not only seeing a gifted, brilliant musician, songwriter, you're also seeing the pastor of our church. And in doing so, he honors Harry B. by doing it all today. So, Kilohana, this is for you. Yeah? And we'd like to bring him on. You want to bring him up? Why don't you bring him up? Bring him up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a person who probably has more Nahoku Hanohana awards on his shelf than probably anybody else. Kahu of this wonderful place. Please welcome the one and only Kenneth Makuakane.
Mahalo. You know, Harry was really good at telling stories, and so we continue that legacy. This is a song I had written while I was going back home to Kailua from town, and it was raining, and I was going a little bit too fast, and I had bald tires. And when I got out of the tunnel, it has the most gorgeous view that you cannot enjoy, because as soon as you get out of the tunnel, you got to go right? I almost landed inside the bushes. So you got to go right. And so I turned right, but bald tires, the back went left. And so I had to turn back left, and the thing went right. And I was going downhill, and it felt like a hula dancer. It was so much fun. And so this is a story about my white van. Sway it, hula girl, sway it, all around, sway it side to side. Then you dip way down, hold your head up high as you reach for the sky. Then you sway side to side, hula girl. Oh, I have seen you dance a long time ago to my favorite song. So graceful and slow, every movement you made was an artist's delight. as you paint your songs through your dance. Do the hula cookie and the cha-cha-cha, a slow abiodie, right like the girls of the koala. Oh, how you make the guys go wow, wow, wow. Sway it, hula girl, sway it. All around, sway it side to side. Then you dip way down. Hold your head up high as you reach for the sky. Then you sway side to side, hula girl. Do the hula cookie and the cha-cha-cha, a slow abiodie. Lele for me if you please. What you do with those knees could cause a tropical breeze. Sway it, hula girl, sway it. All around, sway it side to side. Then you dip way down. Hold your head up high as you reach for the sky. Then you sway side to side, hula girl. Sway it for me, hula girl. Sway it for me, hula girl. A song for my little white van called Sway It, Hula Girl. Mahalo. You know, like the rest of us musicians, we all do tours outside of the islands. And so this one particular song was written on the 9th island of our Hawaiian chain called Las Vegas. That's where it was. And what happened was my niece was giving up a hula title and she wanted me to write her a song for her. And so I said, oh, of course, because it was 3 months prior. And so I got to the hotel, and then she calls me up and she says, oh, Uncle, can you come down so that, in the ballroom so that I can give you, somebody we can run over the song. I said, what song? She goes, the song that you told me you were going to write for me. I went, OMG, I forgot to write the song. And as it turns out, I grabbed a pencil and a paper, and I opened the window because we landed in the afternoon, and it was getting really dark. And if you know Las Vegas, it's down in the valley, and there's these mountains, and it turned purple, and the moon was coming above. And so it gave me this inspiration, since I live in Kailua, that it was the moon coming over the ko'olau. And so in about 15 minutes, this little ditty came out. I hear the wind traveling down the ko'olau. It touches my skin. It makes me think of how much I miss you, my Hawaii. And I breathe the fragrance of a yellow ginger lake. And I look inside myself to find the words to say how I miss you, my Hawaii. Every time I stop to watch the moon dance across the early evening sky, every time I hear a country tune, I can see the shores of Waianae. Every time I listen to my heart telling me it longs to go back home, and it makes me want to, 'cause I miss you, my love. I cast a glimmer of your face across the sky. I watched the setting sun, and I began to cry, 'cause I miss you, my Hawaii. I rest my head upon the sands of Waikiki. I close my eyes and I hear you calling me, 'cause I miss you, my Hawaii. Every time I stop to watch the moon dance across the early evening sky, every time I hear a country tune, I can see the shores of Waianae. Every time I listen to my heart telling me it longs to go back home, and it makes me want to, 'cause I miss you. I miss you, my love. A song called I Miss You, My Hawaii.
Ken Makuakane, we're gonna get another part of the Pandanus Club here, Roddy Lopez.
See, this is the way it is, right? Because we all know that you can be as prepared as you want to be, but wonderful things happen. And one such wonderful thing is that we now have our next artist joining Kahu Ken Makuakane to share in that feeling of that time of Pandanus Club.
You know, as MC types, the worst thing you want to hear from the sound guys are stretch.
Unless you love to talk.
Unless you love to talk, and now you got three guys up here who love to talk, so forget the artists.
Now, Harry B loved to talk. He loved to talk. Billy just said he went 3 hours with him. He loved to talk.
Okay, I got a joke. Another Harry joke. Short but very sweet and powerful. A man rushed into the doctor's office and shouted, "Doctor, I think I'm shrinking." The doctor calmly responded, "Now settle down. You'll just have to be a little patient." Bada-boom.
Ooh, that was deep. That was deep.
That was deep. Okay, the floor is yours, Billy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He gave it to Billy. Wait. What?
That works. There we go. Very good.
Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Well, they're still kind of doing this. Okay, so Billy, yes. Did you ever dream that you were not only going to be involved in broadcasts, but that you would, do so much for our community, which you are doing right now?
I never thought about it. First time that I wanted to be in radio was in 6th grade. And I wanted to be in radio so bad. It was an issue that would never go away.
And who was your 6th grade idol?
6th grade idol back at that time was Casey Kasem, American Top 40.
Casey Kasem.
But I was living on Hawaii Island in Kona, listening to Honolulu radio.
Wow.
So I was listening between a radio station called KKUA at the time and between them and 1420 AM KCCN.
Perfect.
So never did I know that when I was back in 6th grade that I would be working alongside such illustrious people as the one and only Kimo Kahuano and Brickwood Galutaria.
Well, it's just awesome that you represent us so well, and especially at this time with Harry B. I mean, I look at these pictures and I look at what he has to offer in sharing all of these aspects of his life, and it was just beautiful. It was beautiful, Harry.
But if you look at the pictures, I mean, there was so much because he loved to travel. He loved to see other cultures, other places, and be able to share the connections that suddenly, I'm imagining that they would be somewhere, him and his wonderful wife, and all of a sudden they'd go to a place and realize that there was a musical connection. Did you know that this song was related to, and he could connect the dots like no other person?
What a man. What a giant. And our brother, for sure. I think they're almost ready. Almost
We're ready.
Just tuning up the guitar.
These two gentlemen, longtime members of the group, the Pandanus Club. For those that we have a few visitors in the room, Nahoku Hanohano Awards are like the Grammy Awards for Hawaiian music that were started back in the late 1970s. And by the way, Kimoka Hawano is one of the co-founders of the Nahoku Hanohano Awards. A nice round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Billy V.
These two gentlemen are part of a group of three put together that won quite a few Nahoku Hanohano Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Roddy Lopez, Ken Mukuakane, members of the Pandanus Club.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, but I'm here.
Your arms around my waist, oh my goodness, cool. Now that you are in my arms, darling, please don't around my waist, come on, hold me. Oh my goodness, now that you are in my arms, darling, please don't Kake anu he ai no hopi ua hobi naole ma popoia bubili mame oe wrap your arms around my waist come on they hold me oh my goodness cool now that in my arms in the light, oh, darling, wrap your arms around my waist. Come on, hold me. Oh, my goodness, goodbye. Now that you are in my arms in the light, oh, darling.
Something called Pili Mame Ore.
Thank you.
All
right, okay, this next song, we're going to take you to the island of Maui. And they wanted to build a resort on this beach called Honokahua. And in order to build the resort, they had to dig up a heiau, a burial ground. So they dug up all the bones that was sitting there for many, many, many years, hundreds of years, and threw it in trash cans. So the Hawaiians of Maui got together and said, hey, we want to teach you what we teach our children, always to love our ancestors, always to love our kupuna, and love our children at the same time. So they put the bones back, and there's no resort built on that beach. So here's the song of Honokahua.
Ahei nanani o Honokahua ka hono kaulana aupilani na puane koe kamali hai mauana na iwi kupuna ua I ke mako ina wawainui o na mo'ole loha ke akahiko mai ho'oni oni I ka nona I ka lahui hea o Amerika hui pu me ka nona kupuna he malama pono I ke oni hana e hui ho kako ahali alia I ke one kaulana o Honokahua ulu pe mamuana e ke ukai me ke ahe mahakani kupa o kainga hui pu me ka nona kupuna he malama pono I ke one hana aina ia mai ana kapuna e Honokahua aina nani mai na Honokahua ani ya mai kapu na kupuna ya mai kapu na kupuna ya mai kapu na kupuna
The Pandanus Club. The Pandanus Club. Beautifully done. Thank you,
That was
guys.
our last song. Thank you.
Yeah. Mahalo plenty. Thank you.
Oh, Roddy, you like to sing again, eh?
Yeah, Roddy set the whole thing up. So
I saw him. He never wanted to pull a plug.
Yeah,
he
I
wants
saw
to
that.
sing again.
I saw that. Roddy, do another one then. Can. Please.
Can.
Okay. And
You
then
know,
to be
I
followed
highly
by a,
respect these two gentlemen over here. These guys are awesome.
to be
Timo,
followed by
you're
a
good.
surprise guest. So do not go anywhere because this is going to be something. Okay, Rod, please.
Okay, so this is the first song I ever recorded in my career, one of my favorite songs. The song entitled Ewaenai. Ano aya o anai Kapinay kamalukukukui Kaini kamaila ili aloha Ke alamapuanay kamakania Ano aya o mewayanai Kabinay kamalukukui Kaini kamaylepiloha Ke alamapuanay kamakania Evelina mai kauka ayanai Uluvehi te ohu kapala Kamoenai hali I te avava Honi ana I te uakoti kaini Aloha e tamari o e anai Ina ni mana paai ke aloha e no Ke alau kamai lehi ke kukui Kale o kale kaui kaumama E iha kana hoia ke aloha Na ui ulu rehi nehi o kaina Hili e kamai le me kapalai Ano ai ke lina laha E ia kana hoia ke aloha Na ui ulu vehi vehi o kaina Hili e kamai le me kapalai Ano ai ke lina aloha Ano ai ke lina aloha Ano ai ke lina aloha Mahalo nui.
Mahalo plenty. Oh, beautiful stuff. Roddy. And okay, here's how we're going to do it. It's a triple play, right? I got a Harry joke, and then Billy's got some housekeeping, and then we got a very special guest. Okay, here it is. Harry B's joke. A guy calls the hospital. He says, "You got to send help. My wife's going into labor." The nurse says, "Calm down. Is this her first child?" He says, "No, this is her husband." Huh? Okay, Billy, your turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, there is a food truck that is just outside of the store, down the stairs, to the right, on the street, and it's called Holo Holo Grill. They've got the following items that are available for purchase now. They've got desserts.
What kind of food? What kind of food?
Desserts. Banana bread.
Ooh.
Fruit cup. Salads. Chicken heka. Veggie heka.
What the hecka?
Vanilla MacNut cold brew. Kalua pork and cabbage plate. Chili, corn, and rice plate.
Ooh.
Sandwich chip combo. Dynamite egg salad.
Ooh.
Boom. And green goddess salad.
Delicious, brother.
Available now.
And it's right behind, yeah? Right behind here.
Yeah, so you go out the door, down the stairs, Make a
Boom.
right turn all the way out on the street. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh,
Put a
man.
key and talk with the hands. Okay.
That was really handsy of you, Billy.
Mahalo.
All right. And next.
Well, we're going to set up the guys back here, but this guy snuck into the side of the church, and as if to remain anonymous.
Oh.
But we got his number. And
Okay.
so, as tribute to Harry, you're going to get guys like this showing up.
Wow.
Impromptu. So you want to?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who needs no introduction. A moment at Kamehameha when he and his brother stepped up for Kui Lee because Kui didn't have a band and they played for the great songwriter. A time at Territorial Tavern when Peter Moon said, okay, we pal, not realizing that he was releasing the beautiful artistry of these two brothers together. And that the brother that was born in the same day that I was, Roland Cazimero, would ride the wave of his brother, the best voice in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Uluvehi Cazimero.
Maybe he's got it.
Thank you, Robert. Mahalo, bro. Yeah. Okay. And you guys got to follow that. You know, this is I'm just having a ball. What do you guys think, man?
Oh.
I got another joke. Let me go find one joke.
Okay, before you tell the joke, then let me share the story. The story is that when you think of, you know, the great sound of Robert Cazimero all through his life and how timeless it is really an inspiration for all musicians who have been part of this great musical world in Hawaii. Yeah? It's one of a kind. Can we give another round of applause for Robert taking the time to be here, for Harry B. and his lovely wife. Mahalo. Okay, how's that joke coming?
Brick was looking through the list.
Oh, he's looking through the list?
Actually, it's more like a catalog.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And
Okay.
it's all Harry's jokes.
Yeah. Okay.
So you cannot blame us.
Now, this is what, in the business, this is what we call rip and read.
Okay.
Rip and read. So,
Okay.
Billy, you take the top.
Go ahead. Go, Billy.
Okay.
Yeah.
After years of being blasted into a net, the human cannonball went to the circus owner and told him he was going to retire.
But you can't, shouted the boss.
where am I going to find another man of your caliber?
Get it? Caliber? Gun, caliber, cannonball? We got to explain everything to you guys?
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Harry. Okay, then. How you guys doing up there? We need more time.
Good. Hey,
all right.
They don't look like they need time. They are, each one of them, so wonderful.
They look like
right?
they should serve time.
But was that a Harry piece?
That was a Harry. Okay. Mark him over there on the far side. Stage left. Yeah. Dwight Kanai in the middle. Ocean Kawili over here, stage right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to give to you the Harry B. Philharmonic Orchestra. Take it, guys.
Mahalo, Brick, Kimo, and Mr. Billy V. We are former members of the Peter Moon Band, and we'd like to say aloha to Kilohana, and mahalo to Milton Lau for having us come and share our mana with Mr. Harry B. Soria. Song called Pandanus.
And the spirit islands far away, they're gray and misty outline appear way out to sea. Clouds never what they see, and just all my dreams. I to someone there that I left behind. I wish that there was somewhere across the sea. Seems to me I always lose when those blue waters flow as the trade winds blow all the clouds away, and it would be there sweet and lovely by my side. The seabirds glide as the palm trees sway, and there is no I can do except to dream when I'm feeling blue. It seems that there are some are not meant to be. As I get up, I feel a chill. What this place needs is getting used to still. I want to believe it's far too wide.
Mark Evans.
Oh, heavenly Mauna Loa, Kikalani, hoi hoi mai hoe I kualohala. Kawaloa, oh, heavenly way, Mauna Loa, Kikalani, hoi hoi mai oe I kualohala. Kawaloa nui, hiki no e hele anara, me kai po manuahi, ana uno ia ona ia. Kai pela o ka lua, ko hina ka popola, ai ai ka elelu. Na uno ia ka vele nei la. Tō ka maami o mi Kaina ia mai ana Kaapana la tua e hele pela na uno ia honi ho'okahila kahi pela o ka Kaina ia mai ana Kaapana la tua e hele pela ana uno ia honi ho'okahila kai pela o ka
Mahalo. So all of us grew up listening to Harry B. Soria Jr. every weekend. And it was a joy and an honor to be asked to participate in this celebration of his life. And we are honored to have been a part of the renaissance of the Hawaiian music scene from the 1960s all the way till today. And some of the finest musicians are still to come. And now we look at each other, we're the OGs now. When did that happen? Uncle, you need help out of your car. You need help carry your groceries.
Help carry.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to do a very special request featuring Mr. Dwight Kanai that was always a favorite of Harry's whenever he saw Dwight performing.
Yeah, and I asked Robert if he could help us, but he said he had to leave. He has a meeting. Yeah, this is one of Harry's most favorite requests. Every time I had done the Slacky concerts with Milton Lau and Harry was the MC.
At the same time, we also pay homage to our mentor, our teacher, and our band leader, Mr. Peter Moon.
Mahalo piha moi o enelani ui ko kaula nana aina pau na kai akau
So, let you all in on a secret. The three of us together have never played that song on stage, collectively. So, we're kind of flying blind, but at this point of the game, we figure we should get it. We leave you all with this last song written by Patrick Downs, and became Song of the Year in 1982 from the Nahoku Hanohano Awards. Our great brother who left us sadly 5 years ago, Mr. Martin Pahinui, was one of his first recordings, first times in the recording studio, and he recorded this song. For all of you here today, we say mahalo. And to Brickwood and Kimo and Billy V, it is wonderful to be with you folks once again. We love you all.
Flower lace, yellow, white, and purple strands, woven like the many days and countless ways we held our hand. Here we are, standing at an airport gate. All those wishes on a star that miss so far will have to wait. Going like a net tide flowing, like a trade wind blowing. Soon you will be far across the sea, flying. Soon you will be flying, like a teardrop drying, leaving just a misty eyes, looking many miles time left to analyze, apologize, no more to say. Stay a while, linger just a minute more. Let me see that winning star, that little smile you always wore. Going like a net tide flowing, like a trade wind blowing. Soon you will be far across the sea. Flying, soon you will be flying, like a teardrop drying, leaving just a memory.
Beautifully done. Thank you, guys. Mahalo nui loa. Markiem, Dwight Kanai, Ocean Kawili, the Harry B. Philharmonic Orchestra. Good stuff. Beautiful. How you guys doing? Everybody all right? Hey, by the way, back there, we got fans, you know, if you guys would need. Just don't take them home. Oh, thank you so much, dear. Appreciate it. Help keep Harry B.'s collection accessible to the world for future generations of musicians, music historians, and anyone interested. Outside, there's a table for the Hawaii Music Archives Foundation. So if you so choose, 100% of your donation is tax deductible and benefit the Hawaii State Archives effort to organize, chronicle,
Thank you, sir. You know, all of us have memories of Harry, and I in particular have my own set of memories. But the thing that I loved about getting to know him for all these decades was you didn't, you know, like friends and family. You don't have to put on a show. You can just go to his house and just sit down, go inside his refrigerator when you have to. I mean, it was just like being family. One time when we were Harry went to Japan for the first time, and he didn't know any place in Tokyo. And so, of course, I was his tour guide. And if you know anything about me, I'm very adventurous. And so I decided to take Harry through all the treacherous small little shops all down Harajuku and Shinagawa and everywhere else that he's never been into, and especially in Shinjuku, where you can, rather than going in the big wide streets, we would go to the little one-way narrow kind of alleyways, because that's where you find the best food. And I always tell them, you find the best foods in the dumpiest places. And that was the most, right, Billy? Billy V knows that for sure. All of us who've traveled to Japan for many, many years have known about this. And so when I took Harry through it, he was more afraid. He was like a little kid. And all of a sudden, after one day of going through, he told me, bro, I got him. And so we don't speak Japanese, well, barely do, and we don't read Japanese. And that was the part that really got to him, was that he said, I never knew how it felt to be illiterate until I went to a foreign country that had chicken scratches, which I didn't understand, people speaking a language I didn't understand. And now I know how it feels to be an illiterate person in a world of literate people. And it made him very humble. And I listened to him, and the wisdom that came out of this gentleman just exude. And throughout our 2 weeks there in Japan, not only I taught him stuff, but he taught me so many things about the music that I grew up listening, and even the music that I didn't grow up listening, because he unpacked a lot of things. And if you can just imagine 20,000 albums times 10 songs on each product, that's the amount of content that you would have to listen to in order for you to glean the massive amount of stories that came from these songs. So as a songwriter, I haven't written that many. I mean, I've written maybe about 1,500 songs. But thinking about hundreds of thousands of songs, every single song, as Harry and I had spoken about, every single song is just a clip of a story, of an experience. And so every single little thing that he could find about the song, he would bring out in his radio shows. Every clip of a song he would bring out every single time he would MC any kind of event. And that was because he wanted people to know who the writer was, what the writer thought about, and all of these things. And it just reminded me so much about how I became a songwriter. Because I was 21 years old when I recorded my first album. And one of the songs that I had recorded was 20 years old at the time, and it was written by Kawaiahaʻo Pukui and Matty Lamb. And so we came to Honolulu to do promotions. And I remember stopping by at the Halekulani Hotel, and right there at the piano was Matty Lamb, the songwriter. And so I sat down there and waited till she took her break. And after she got her break, I ran up to her. I said, "Hi, Auntie Matty, I'm Ken Makuakani." She goes, "Who the heck are you?" And I told her again. She goes, "I don't have ohana ni Makuakani." She goes, "Don't you ever call me auntie. I'm not your auntie." And I was like, whoa. And I said, "Oh, anyway, Mrs. Lamb, we just recorded your song, and I was so excited to meet you." She goes, "What group?" And I told her, and she goes, "Oh, you the damn guys don't record that song." "Yeah, I heard them on the radio." "You know what? You never even asked my permission. You never came to see me." I mean, she was like gunning it. She said, and the thing is, you guys sang flat. You guys did the wrong phrasing. You sang the words wrong. Everything that we did on that song was completely wrong. And I went away with my tail between my legs that day. And this is the story I'm telling Harry. And I said, from that day on, I promised myself that I would never again record anybody else's music. And that was the day that I started writing my own songs. And then I remember years ago, is Robert still in here? He left. Robert left the building. Okay. Well, one day I was talking to Robert Cazimero and telling him the story that Harry and I were talking about. And Robert said, "You know what Auntie Maddie was trying to tell you? She was trying to tell you that her songs had a meaning. They were just a small little piece of the experience. And that she was looking for somebody to come so that they could glean her mana or her thoughts, so that because she knew she wasn't going to live forever, and she had to pass this torch of Ike, this knowledge, to another source. And you definitely weren't the one because you didn't want to know about it. All you wanted to do is sing her song without even caring what the song talked about. And so Robert said, from now on, that's what you do when you take somebody else's song. Which is why kumuhula, when they go out, they don't only dance the hula to it, but they go out and they learn about the song, they learn about the area, they learn from the writer or the writer's family. And these are the things that Harry and I always talked about, which is why in every one of these songs that he's ever eloquently said during his shows, he made sure that he got the most out of every single song that he would promote because he wanted the audience in the next generation to carry the torch of the knowledge, to know why the songwriter wrote these mele. And that's what our job is as songwriters, is to write and document our current history so that future generations know who we were as a community. This is what Harry's saying. Who we are as a community, who we are as a people, how we commune with each other, how we love each other, even the political climate and anything within there. And you will never know unless you study each of these songs, which are mo'olelo, because all of us have a story to tell, whether it's from a song, whether it's a poetry, whether it's a short story. Anything that we do as a people to transfer knowledge to another group of people past our lifetime is what we are supposed to be doing so that we can find the people that can carry that torch. And that was Harry's premise in why he did what he did. Because somebody, and I don't know who, but somebody got him and his father and his grandfather into that same thing of saying, don't just play the music. Understand why the music's there. Understand why we are doing it for. And this is not just for me and you. It's for our people that translates across generations. And that is the history of Harry B. Soria Jr. That is what he stood for. We're not promoting Harry B. We are seeing that he was a gentleman that knew full right that he only had a finite time on this earth. And during that time, he was dedicating himself to promoting what his kupuna kahiko was all about so that the people past his lifetime will continue to carry this torch. And that is why people like Brickwood and Kimo and Billy and every one of these DJs and other purveyors of our historical data are so important to our life because they continually emanate, lift, elevate, and value every single piece of history so that we will know, because we cannot know where the future is if we don't know where we come from. And that is what we are as a people that come from this aina. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did I hear the kahu say an expletive in church? That was a songwriter, Makuakane. Speaking of Ike, speaking of transferring the knowledge, and we're going to get back to the music momentarily, but we've managed to find some of that knowledge passed on. So, Billy, if you would.
I'll introduce, but I'd like to take off of something that Kahu mentioned. He mentioned you, me, Kahuano, but there's our brother here. There's those that are before us. I'm not sure if Mike is still here, but Mike Kelly was our general manager for KCCN radio, both AM and FM, and he's also allowed us to tell those stories. I'll say this for the broadcast here at the moment, but we'd like to say mahalo to Mike because he was instrumental in allowing Territorial Airwaves to be on the air, on Hawaiian radio. So, Mike, wherever you are, thank you. I'm going to introduce our next speaker up on the podium. I met her. She is a was a DJ over at the University of Hawaii Manoa at KTUH when I did one of the events up there. So I met
Oh, DJ Mermaid's fine.
DJ Mermaid. We'll stick with her show name. So DJ Mermaid was there, but she also is a radio sister with us, and she is now at Hawaii Public Radio. A nice round of applause for DJ Mermaid.
Mahalo. Mahalo, everybody. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm grateful to Auntie for asking me to be here. My name is DJ Mermaid. I am on Hawaii Public Radio, but I met Uncle Harry when I was a DJ at KTUH, and he would call my show. I had a Hawaiian music show, a Hawaiian language show, and he would call for a little bit almost every week. And I really feel like I haven't reached anywhere yet, really, but it feels like we stand on the shoulders of giants today. Uncle Brickwood's really tall. You know, I don't think I could climb on his shoulders, but these are the people who've come before me and anyone in my generation, including Uncle Harry. And he would call every week, and I can tell you guys are getting old because every week I'd answer the phone and I'd say, "Hi, Uncle, how are you?" And he would tell me, "How did you know it was me?" Well, first of all, by the time I came along, Uncle Harry was everywhere. Territorial Airwaves was already on the air, and Uncle Harry was everywhere. So one, I knew his voice. Two, the caller ID told me who was calling. And I think I told him that every week. But, you know, I moved from KTUH to HPR, and in large part, due to Uncle Harry's support. And it was invaluable support. And he even came on my KTUH show and talked a lot. I think I had to cut him off a couple times so I could play the song we were talking about, but I am so grateful that Uncle Harry, I think, you know, like Uncle Ken said and like Billy said, really started to notice in later years in life, you know, who of this generation was doing the things that he valued. And it's so few today, especially on radio. And so for me, for Uncle Harry, I see his legacy, and Auntie asked me to speak about what Uncle's legacy means for my generation and generations to come. Uncle Harry's legacy exists outside of radio. It really is a part of Hawaiian national history. Uncle Harry took all of the stories that he went out and gathered, sat with people, learned, and he very fearlessly told them wherever he was, on the air, to people that he met, and he became this living repository of very niche national Hawaiian history, right? And it impacts me still to this day because the legacy that he leaves to the archives as publicly accessible and what you can listen to today online, I still listen to. I use the stories that he told me, that he still tells, and I want to perpetuate them forward. And I even took a story that he told about Andy Iona, and I retold it on Hawaii Public Radio, and I actually had somebody call and complain because he felt like me telling the story of Hawaiian people and Hawaiian musicians and the racism they experienced outside of Hawaii was too much for them. And that's what we've existed in for so long, are people telling us that our histories don't matter. And for me, Uncle Harry's legacy is reminding us that our histories do matter, that our stories are important, and they need to be told. One of my favorite quotes from Samuel Kamakau says that he make make ko'u e pololei ka mo'olelo ko'u aina hanau, ko'u one hanau. A ole na ka malihini e a'o mai ia'u i ka mo'olelo ko'u lahui, na'u e a'o aku i ka mo'olelo i ka malihini. It is not for the foreigner to tell me and teach me of my history. I will teach my history to the foreigner. And for me, That is the kuleana that Uncle Harry carried with him throughout his life. He made it a point to teach others our history, even if it has to be Hawaiians who have to relearn our history, because the best way to disenfranchise, colonize, and oppress anybody is to take away their history from them and repackage it and sell it back to them. But what Uncle did was he gave us back a part of our history. And I really hope that there are more DJs and musicians to come that carry that same mantle that Uncle did. So that's the importance of Uncle Harry's legacy to me and to this generation and every generation to come after. So mahalo. Mahalo, Auntie.
Wow, beautifully done. Thank you so much. Wow. That's, that's Ike going forward. That's Harry paying it forward, right? Hey, brother.
Oh, man, what a testimonial to a great man. I mean, we knew he was great, but these personalized stories give us so much more, yeah?
And to realize through the words that truly, we think of it on a musical sense, but this is more of a historical sense. So, Harry B. Soria, historian. That has a nice ring to it.
That's a nice ring to it.
Harry B. Soria, Harry B. Historia. Oh, my God.
Sometimes you just come up with winners, Kimo.
So,
hey, listen, I mentioned this during the celebration about how we used to kid Harry because his hair was always in place. He never, not one hair. And we would tell him, and I mentioned this, Harry, even if you jump in a pool, you can come up, your hair not going to move. And that's true. Look, his hair never moved. His hair is still in place.
Oh, yes, definitely. In fact, I got to share this, that I happened to walk into Chart House and just to relax and everything. And,
who was this?
And I saw, the first time I just happened to walk in the afternoon and I saw a young guy and his wife and I thought, wow, they sound so good. And with that, sir, you have the wonderful introduction of them because they are awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, on stage are a husband and wife duo. They're kind of a romance of two sides. You've got the gentleman playing slaki guitar and Hawaiian music. Then you have the young kumuhula from Ventura, California, who really loves a different genre of, it's more contemporary, more music that you would hear in the continental United States. Basically from pop to country to a whole big genre. Then come to find out, through my knowledge of both of them, they've kind of both got that. Because while he does play Hawaiian music, he plays other stuff as well. She sings, you put them together, you watch some of the YouTube videos, and you're just sitting there going, wow. So, they have their own releases. They're Hawaii recording artists. That would be Nani Edgar, and that would be Danny Carvalho. Put together, they're the group called Kailua Moon.
Thank you. Thank you, Billy. I'm going to start off by myself because, I got the privilege to travel with Uncle Harry a lot, thanks to this man over here, Milton Lau. He took me on my first tours ever to the continent, and Harry was there at breakfast, in the long car rides, and backstage. And he taught me a lot on those trips about being a performer. And, this was always my last song of the set, and this was always the song I would look to the side and give him a little nod. He'd give me a little nod, and this is the song I would do. And I wrote this for my grandfather originally, but today it's for him.
Sending down a special little twinkle for your brown eyes, your pretty, lovely brown eyes. In the still of the night, all the stars are shining bright for your brown eyes. Hello, gentle breeze whispering haunting melodies to you softly. They whisper to you softly. Hear the wind through the trees singing sweet harmonies to you softly. With a grace of her hand, she can tell you that a star only glitters the setting of a sunset. With a grace of her hand, she can tell you that the wind only blows. No mountainside has ever touched her. Now the sun and the moon dark and stormy, telling tales about a new day. It's gonna be a nice day. Now the moon shining bright and the sun will rise again to start a new day. With the grace of her hand, she can tell you that a star only glitters the setting of a sunset. With the grace of her hand, she can tell you that the wind only blows. No mountainside is there to touch her. Now the sun and the moon talking storytelling tales about a new day. It's gonna be a nice day. Now the moon's shining bright and the sun will rise again to start a new day. Hello, hello, Mahalo, thank you.
All right, last song. I was really taken. I was really Ken over here. He got me thinking a lot, and with what he said earlier about the importance of writing. And I wasn't going to do the song when we left the house today, but I think he convinced me otherwise. This is a song Nani wrote. I wasn't in the room when it was written, but I think she did a wonderful job doing what he was talking about, and what Uncle Harry really embodied his whole life, which is both honoring the past and documenting the present. And well, this one's called Hula Moon.
I want to send it out to Auntie today too, so love you. When I see the reflection of the stars, will you think of me and the pieces of my heart? With every sigh and wave, the waters turn to gold. Will you stay or will you take another road? Tonight I lie awake and think of you and dream of when hibiscus blooms. That's when our hearts will be in tune. I'll dance for you beneath this hula moon. I'll be by your side with a spool of silk and string, plumeria and carnations while you sing. As the petals fall from my fingers to the floor, we'll thread each flower just like we've done before. Tonight I'll lie awake awake and think of you and dream of where hibiscus blooms. That's where hearts will be in tune. I'll dance for you beneath this hula moon. Underneath the hula moon, with its halo still in bloom, we can weave something new. I'll be the harmony that you do. Tonight I'll lie awake and think of you and dream of where hibiscus blooms. That's where hearts will be in tune. I'll dance for you beneath this hula moon. I'll dance for you beneath this hula moon. We love you, Uncle Harry. Thank you so much.
Mahalo, Danny. Mahalo, Danny. Thank you so much. Aloha. You. Woo, boy.
Awesome, yeah? Awesome.
I'd say.
Awesome feeling.
Woo! When Danny played that opening number, that was pretty surreal.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean,
Well,
you know
yeah.
what it takes to share that.
Yeah, you got to know the equipment you're playing, for sure. Unbelievable. Anyway, another nice hand for Danny and Nani Carvalho. Okay. Beautifully done. We got more music, and I think the next guy that's going to be coming up is, you know him very well.
He's related.
He's related.
He's the youngest, actually. So
He's the youngest of the sons.
of the three sons, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're going to take a little bit. Let's take a little. I tell you what, I'm going to grab some jokes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Stretch,
you go,
stretch.
Okay,
Give-
you go
give me
grab the
about
joke.
2 minutes.
And I'll tell them about Kamu. So Kamuela picked up a ukulele at 5 and started playing. Upside down. Left-handed with a right-handed ukulele. Because he could hear it and he made it happen. So that's a beautiful thing about this talented musician is his understanding of sound and how it works. And Harry was like that. He understood sound. He understood the subtleties of the beautiful sounds that people made and then recorded in a tremendous way. So all of those recordings that Harry took and made his own, because he had to pay for them, they didn't come free, no, but he did it wonderfully because he understood the quality of not only the work of the artist, but the engineering, everything that it took to put something like that together. So that's really good. And so recently, my son said, "Oh, okay, Dad, we can play." So we've been having fun and doing some stuff. So that's good. And then, somebody's headed to the stage. Are you come? Oh, she's coming up after, I guess. Yeah.
After or now? No.
Huh?
After.
Now.
No, after?
After.
Okay.
After. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, after.
I got a couple jokes.
Okay, here's the jokes.
I got a couple jokes from Harry. This is from Harry.
Okay.
A monastery in the English countryside had fallen on hard times. So the monks decided to establish a business to defray their expenses, such as a bakery or a winery. Being English, however, they decided to open a fish and chips restaurant. The fish and chips establishment soon became very popular, attracting people from all over. One American, thinking himself clever, jokingly asked one of the brothers standing nearby, "So I suppose you're the fish friar." Friar, get it? The friar, the monks? Right. Oh, no? No, answered the brother. I'm the chipmunk.
Woo, thank you, Harry.
Huh? Hey, woo! I'm just a messenger. I'm just a messenger. I'm the Harry B. messenger. Okay, here's another one.
Oh, by the way, where are these jokes available?
Yeah,
That's what we want to know.
In the archives. In Harry's archives. Really.
Woo.
In fact, where is he? Adam's the guy who lifted him. Right?
There you go.
Here's the next one.
What's the other one?
William Tell was not only a great patriot and a great archer, he was also a great cook. Did you know that? He was
No.
a great cook. One day, after he had prepared a new dish for his friends, he said, I think it tastes as though there is one or more spices missing. What do you think? The answer was, only time will tell. Huh? Yeah, okay.
This is really deep stuff.
This may not make the archives. This one may not make the archives.
Oh.
Okay.
And now it's part of history. That's for sure. Okay, so our...
Brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Sylvie. Yeah. Kilohana, you're up? Okay. I'm so sorry.
Kilohana. Okay.
Oh, there you go. There it is.
There you go. Oh. You just need some sound, yeah.
We have a surprise. Harry was a music historian, but all good historians consider the present and the future as well as very relevant and important. And Harry's desire was to remain relevant, that everything he worked for would continue into the future. And so in his memory, through the guidance of Kahu Ken, we have created the first Territorial Airwaves Legacy Award for musicians who continue to carry traditional Hawaiian music into the future. And the first recipients of this award go to Walea. Congratulations.
Woo!
Wow, what an honor. Uncle Harry B was someone very special to us. I think I met him in 2007 at the Oahu falsetto contest when I had very graciously accepted the award for first place for the falsetto contest. And my relationship with Uncle Harry was just great from that point on. He would help us with our hapahaole music. We would call him for when we did the hula ona keiki hula competition. He was always so gracious in allowing us to learn more about Hawaii's music. So it's definitely our goal to always continue to perpetuate the music of our kupuna and to make sure that traditional Hawaiian music lives on into the future. So that way many can enjoy the mo'olelo, the stories, the beautiful harmonic lines, melody lines of the songs of our kupuna. So mahalo nui to Kilohana, to Uncle Harry, and to everyone for this prestigious award. Mahalo nui.
Wow, beautiful.
I'm going to be coming up in a little bit.
Yeah. I think he's all set already. Yeah? You ready, huh? Okay, good. Okay. So, Brick, this is my youngest son, and he has always been involved with music, but outside of that, an artist. So he actually started painting and doing other things, and then decided that music was going to work for him. And so, with the winning of Nahoku Hanahana Awards and other things, he plays all kinds of music wherever he performs, because that's what you need, right? Versatility. So everything from the traditional to other songs. So without further ado,
hold on a second. Let us know when you're ready. You ready?
He's ready.
You need a couple. No. Well, no, I just wanted to see, this is a proud moment. I mean, I watched Kamuela grow up as part of Kimo's morning team. So for him to come full circle, you still living in Kaneohe? Okay. How many kids you got now? 2 kids.
One boy, one girl.
One boy, one girl.
Yeah, one boy, one girl.
How old?
The girl is 2.5 and the boy is 4.5.
I mean, really, I don't know this. That's uncle is asking him for the first time. And what's baby's name?
So the first baby, his name is Kaius Grayson Ho'okele Kahoano. And Ho'okele because he kept telling me that he wanted to be his own steersman. And my little girl is named Ava Mariah Makani Kahoano. And she's the wind behind his sails.
There you go. And now, without further ado.
Okay. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to introduce, especially here at Kawaiahaʻo, as the legacy continues of our blood, the line that goes back to the Cleghorn, Princess Kaiulani, on the other side from my father's side, Hawaii Island, and then Molokai. The legacy will continue because we respect with great aloha who we are, where we are, and what we share. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my son, Kamuela Kama'iopili, Christopher James Kaho'ano.
Ana oe noga bua lili hua ai ipo o heno e o hi ai no kama
Ama na o. Mahalo nui. Thank you. Thank you. Since my daddy is here, I would love to do a song with him. And what key are we doing? Check one. How's it? Hello? There it is.
There we go. Okay. Okay. Actually, I was just going to tell you to do another song because you did it so well. But, you know, this may be, you never know in life, right? So let's do it together, okay?
So I was asking around, and I found out that Harry's, one of his favorite artists was Elvis. And so...
Nah.
Yeah. Did you know that?
No.
I didn't know that. And now I know that.
Wait a minute. Did you say Elvis? Harry's favorite was Elvis, the king of rock and roll?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say, Elvis and Harry together. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, son.
So I figured we'd do this song. It was one that Elvis kind of did, not too often, but, and before that was Kuili, right?
Yeah, he wrote it.
I'll remember you long after this endless summer is gone. No way ever was it so soon to remember you.
Thank you, son. I'll take it from here. I will remember too your voice, a song as a warm summer breeze, your sweet laughter mornings after, ever after. I'll remember you.
To your arms someday.
To your arms someday.
I'll return to stay.
I'll return to
Till
stay.
then I will remain.
I'll remember
you. Every bright star we make wishes.
We make wishes
upon. Love me always, promise always. Ooh, I'll remember you.
To your arms someday. I'll return to stay. Till then I will every bright star we made wishes upon. Love me always, promise always,
promise always.
You.
I'll remember you.
I'll remember.
I'll remember.
Oh, excuse me, but I just have to share a hug with you.
Honey, for you. Oh. Thank you, baby.
Thank you for your love. Thank you for your love. And now my son will share with you something that creatively happened in his mind, and he put it into a sound, and he made it something special for the world.
Now, Harry would have shot me for playing this song. Just kidding. But every time I played this song, he got upset because it's a long song. And he would be like, "Can you just get off the stage already?" But then I heard him talking one day behind the scenes, and he was like, "No, he does this thing with the looper, and he does it." And I think I may have just earned his respect after so many years of playing. But my message here is that the song is called Loliana. What is Loliana? It's going from one state of being to another. So it's kind of like perfect for this occasion, and it's probably why I'm here. Here goes. Aloha, Uncle Harry B. Soria.
Aloha. I'm Harry B. Soria Jr. Mahalo for joining us for another session of classic vintage Hawaiian music from the wide range of electrical reproduction library facilities of the Kama'aina radio broadcasting service of all Hawaii, Territorial Airwaves, from Honolulu, Hawaii. In Hawaii, the Soria family is recognized as the first family of Hawaiian radio. Both my father and grandfather were radio pioneers in Hawaii, with careers stretching from the 1920s through the 1960s. Since 1979, my radio show, Territorial Airwaves, has continuously celebrated the music and musicians of Hawaii's yesteryears through our vast collection of Hawaiian recordings. For the first 2 decades, the show was heard on radio KCCN 1420 AM, station Aloha. Since the turn of this century, the show has been broadcast on radio KINE 105.1 FM, the Hawaiian music station. In recognition of our broadcast evolution from monaural to stereo, we now make a similar transition for this show by shifting our turntable speed from 78 to 33 1/3 revolutions per minute. Here now are more musical memories from the archives of Territorial Airwaves.
Wow. Let that one sink in for a second. You let me know when you folks are okay, because we don't want to serve wine before it's time. Okay. Harry wants to thank everybody for joining us here today. Thank you to Kawaiahaʻo Church, Olelo Community Media, Cornerstone Media, the Territorial Airways Foundation, iHeart Media. Thank you to Milton, Milton Lau, founder of the Hawaiian Slack Key Guitar Festival. How many years has it been now, Milton? How many years have we been doing the Slack Key Festival? 40 years as well? Oh my goodness. And you don't look a day over 30. And thank you very much to Adam Jensen, Hawaii State Archive, working with Harry B. To digitize and make public the Territorial Airways record collection. And by the way, this thing, Adam Jensen is a part of the archives. He's a state archivist. And in order for us to help keep Harry B.'s collection accessible to the world for future generations, we're asking for support. And one way is to make your donations to the Hawaii Music Archives Foundation. Okay? There's more information outside under the tent. So you're about as basic as Hawaiian trios get, Very good. The first recipients of the Harry B. Legacy Foundation Award. A nice hand, please, for Walea.
Ipuka maluhia, Ekipuka maluhia, Ika maluo mauna kea, Me kahui koni ili, Ika nihi mai, Eke ohu. Ekipuka maluhia, Ika maluo mauna kea, Me kahui koni ili, Ika nihi mai, Eka ohu. Enini po mena pua ala, Honne ai kana hele. Hoʻohihi ana manu, O ka iwi kani, Oli oli.
na olu olu ki pakuai I na hoa maka maka o Hawaii nei Umehana ke aloha pili ka poli ma ke ai ka puai o nei home
He oku heu heu o na kipi mana
Po ai ia ana e ka ulu paina Ulu hale apu ni pa I ka lani Ka he ana ka wai ma puna puna E ho'ola ina kini ua lehu lehu O ke ola hono ia no na ia mele E ia ku mahalo a mauloa Ka he ana ka wai ma puna puna E ho'ola ina kini ua lehu lehu O ke ola hono ia no na ia mele E ia ku mahalo a mauloa Oh, mahalo nui. It's such an honor to be here today, to be able to celebrate the life of Uncle Harry B. Soria Jr. And so in honor of him, we're going to do this next song that takes us to the Ko'olauloa side of the island. A song simply entitled Home Kapaka. Hano hano ia home a o Kaapaka e kipa e na pua ka lehu lehu Hano hano ia home a o Kaapaka e kipa Nea
song entitled Home Kapaka. Mahalo. This last song we do for you is actually reminds me a lot of Uncle Harry because we still listen to the Territorial Airwaves shows. And so we're so happy that those things are available. And, you know, Uncle Harry would always choose a musician. And so today's musician that we're choosing is Auntie Myrtle K. Hilo. So we're going to do a medley of songs for her. A song entitled we call the Myrtle K. Hilo Medley.
Will you love me? Will you love me? Will you love me? Ku'ui po. Will you love me when my carburetor is busted? Will you love me when I cannot shift my gears? Will you love me when I need a new condenser? And when my clutch begins to slip, will you shed tears? Will you love me when my battery needs recharging? Will you love me when I cannot blow that old horn? And when my connecting rod is bent, I no more 1 cent. Will you love me, mama? Will you love me, mama? Will you love me when my kawila no can go? Ma'ane imai oe e ke hoa. Le ale ano ka uai ka big luau ai ka ko. Poi hua ame kalomi lomi a inua kena ke lawai ani ani. Sweet ahe olu olu no. Nui ke aloha, dance and tea hula meka oni oni e. Shake down I kamerdo ke hila hula. Ma'ane I mai oe e ke hoa. Le ale ano kaua I ka big luau ai ka ko. Poi hua ame kalomi lomi a inua kena ke lawai ani ani. Sweet ahe olu olu no. Nui ke aloha, dance and tea hula meka oni oni e. Shake down I kamerdo ke hila hula. Lei melia bua honi meka large mu'u. Aki kala nui meka oputu just for you. Lave a holo meka papale hala kala ibaka aike ala kapakahi. Toot toot kapele as we go. Oh dio do oh. Movie poho onni onni kokino. Honolulu cab driver meka vela kaha. Lei melia bua honi meka large mu'u. Aki kala nui meka oputu just for you. Lave a holo meka papale hala kala ibaka aike ala kapakahi. Toot toot kapele as we go. Oh dio do oh. Movie poho onni onni kokino. Honolulu cab driver meka vela kaha. Hahaina ia mai kapuana. Aku uvehi anani o Hawaii nei he he he. Pulama ia kawahine, will you love me? I love ka ameka busted carburetor. Aloha wauia oe. Lave mali e. Kaulana kaino anoe ya tutu. Ya tutu. He hino anoe murdo he hila hula. Hahaina ia mai kapuana. Ku'uwehi anani o Hawaii nei he he he. Pulama ia kawahine, will you love me? I love ike ka ameka base carburetor. Aloha wauia oe. Ave Mali e kaulana kai noa no ya tutu ya tutu e hi noa no e murno ke hila hula. How will you love me when my kawila no can go? Mahalo for you, Uncle Harry. Love you. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you, guys. Okay, I know one of these works. It's like the nightmare for MCs. A man woke up on a desert island. He looked at his hands and saw they were purple. He looked at his feet and saw they were purple. This is one of Harry's jokes, by the way, if you didn't figure that out now. He looked at the sand around him and it was purple. He looked at the sea and it was purple. Even the sky was purple. And then it dawned on him. He had been marooned. Huh? Marooned. I'm only kidding. Thank you, Harry. You know, we've been gifted with a lot of the makana of music that we've been sharing with you today. It was well crafted through the good works of Milton Lau over here. That's why you're hearing a lot of slack key. And so we want to continue the slack key legacy. And Harry was the host of the slack key, many of the slack key festivals. And so this young man, I'll be listening for you. This young man, I believe, was 13 when he first played his first steel guitar, Kihualo Festival. And that was down at West Oahu, I believe. West Oahu, right? Yeah. And now he attends college at West Oahu in creative arts. Slack key is part of a creative art form, right? Learning his craft from friends like Ozzy Kotani, the art form is alive and well in young men like Jonah. So how's your guitar? Is it working? Is it up yet? You ready to go? Okay. Then the pulpit is yours, my friend. A nice hand, everybody, for young Jonah Domingo.
Mahalo. Aloha, everybody. It's such an honor to be here today at the Kawaiahaʻo Church to be able to celebrate the life of Uncle Harry B. Soria. It was really a blessing and a privilege to get to know him on the Slaki Festival, and I just remember getting there, and he would always be so welcoming to me, greet me with a big smile, and just chat a little bit before I would perform on stage. So, yeah, he would be missed a lot. And this next song that I'd like to play for him is a medley of two songs, Mai Ka'i Kamakani o Kohala and Pu'uana Hulu. Mahalo. I just like to say once again that it's just been such a privilege to be able to help celebrate the life of Uncle Harry B. And this last song that I'd like to play for him is called Hawaiian Lullaby.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jonah. Jonah Domingo, everybody. Now, as you can see, slack key continues with young men like that playing the art form. Hey, was that in a key of G tuning? What? Yeah, guitar patch tuning. That's what you call it, guitar patch tuning. Key of G. All right. You know, it's been quite the day. Have you folks been enjoying yourselves? I mean, this has been a wonderful, wonderful concert. And for those of you folks on Alelo, mahalo and noeloa to you too as well for watching. We're going to get our final trio up here, and I'm really glad that Alan Akaka is going to be wrapping things up, because we're going to bring another art form, musical art form, to the pulpit. Alan is one of the world's, I'll be as bold as to say, he's one of the world's best steel guitar players. And we got him here today. And we're all really comfortable here at Kawaiahaʻo because we all grew up here at Kawaiahaʻo Church. Yeah. His dad, Senator Daniel Akaka, but first and foremost for us here at church, was the choir director here at Kawaiahaʻo Church. And my mom was singing in a choir. She's one of the altos. And Uncle Danny and his brother was Uncle Abe to them, was the kahu of our church, Abraham Akaka. So he's very, very familiar. So as he gets set up, and it shouldn't take too long, I got a couple more jokes. Are you yelling me off? Are you? Security. I got the biggest security guy right here. Right there, the biggest security guy. A young executive was leaving the office at 6 p.m. when he found the CEO of the company. Gee, Miley, that bad. You're walking out on me. Okay. A young executive was leaving the office at 6 p.m. when he found the CEO of the company standing in front of a shredder with a piece of paper in hand. Listen, said the CEO, this is important and my secretary has left. Can you make this thing work? He's talking about the shredder. Certainly, said the young executive. He turned the machine on, inserted the paper, and pressed the start button. Excellent, excellent, said the CEO as his paper disappeared into the machine. I need 2 copies of that. Okay. Hanaho. One hanaho. And this whole room filled with people. One hanaho. Hey, hurry up. Okay. This one you're gonna fall over for this one. A woman has twins and gives them up for adoption. This is one of Harry's favorites. One of them goes to a family in Egypt and is named Amal. The other goes to a family in Spain. They name him Juan. Years later, Juan sends a picture of himself to his mom. Upon receiving the picture, she tells her husband that she wishes she also had a picture of Amal. Her husband responds, but they're twins, honey. If you've seen one, you've seen Amal. Vroom. Okay. That one goes in the archives, okay? The other one, I don't know about the other one. All right, very good. Okay, one last pitch for Harry B's collection and the donations. Okay, to help keep his collection accessible to the world, for future generations of musicians, music historians, and anyone interested, the Hawaii Music Archives Foundation. Okay, and you know, there's information outside too. 100% of the donation is tax deductible and benefits the Hawaii State Archives efforts . Not yet. A little more time. Okay. Let me grab another joke. Or I can say the same one and try for a different response. You take the, what? Did you say stop while I'm ahead? Okay. Okay. When I went to get my... You thought I wasn't going to bring one, huh? Oh, tough luck. I'm going to read this. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for Harry. So you better laugh, you guys. When I went to get my driver's license renewed, the Honolulu Bureau of Motor Vehicles was packed. The line inched along for almost an hour before the guy just ahead of me finally got his driver's license. He inspected his photo for a moment and then commented to the clerk, "You know, I think I should retake this photo. I waited so long in line that I look kind of grouchy in my picture." The clerk looked at his picture closely for a moment and said, "It's okay. That's how you're going to look anyway when the cop pulls you over." That's not going to make it, is it? Okay, got it. Hey, you know, for those of you folks, once again, for those of you folks who have not visited our Kawaiahaʻo church before, we want to invite you folks probably after the service or tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 is our worship service. If you want to come back and visit us for the worship service, it's between 8:30 and 9:30. And after or before, take a walk around the sanctuary, because Kawaiahaʻo Church is, we refer to Kawaiahaʻo as the Westminster Abbey of the Pacific. And this is where our royalty worship. And there are so many rich pieces of history around the church for you to take a look at. You got all of the different information about the past kahus, past pastors. You have pictures of the royals up on the second floor. And that's our invitation to you. Okay? How's it, brother? You guys okay? Helene? Kipes? Ken? Alan? It gives me great pleasure to introduce these guys because they're all friends and they can pack a wallop musically. And it's going to be the first time we're going to hear the steel guitar played today, which was a great big part of Harry's quiver of incredible music. Okay, so how's about helping me welcome on the guitar, Kaipua sing. Okay, Helene Woodward is on the bass. And right in the middle, everybody, a nice hand for the Alan Akaka Trio.
Mahalo nui.
ho'oka